Okay, we're live. Hello, everyone. Um, a little bit of weird setup going on today. All right, didn't realize the little background song thingy didn't play on loop. Also, I wanna try something real quick. I have my headphones on for this one. Let me see. All right, there's a delay. No? Doesn't work like I expected it to. That's kind of sad. Oh wait. Okay, does it work now? I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. Turns out you can put um, Logic Pro plugins or plugins from any DAW into OBS. So yes, I'm pretty sure there's autotune on this shit right now. All right, interesting. Didn't play on loop for a while. Yeah, it hasn't been playing on loop since I switched to this computer pretty much. I should probably disable the autotune. But while I do that, do you believe in life after love? All right. I was wondering what that would sound like. Uh, not as good as I expected it to. Okay. Hello, everyone. So, if you're in my Discord, you may have noticed me completely forgetting what I worked on literally 2 days ago. Somebody asking me about it and me being like, what are you talking about? Um, that was something that I worked on like literally 2 days ago, off stream, Wednesday, I believe. My last stream was on Monday. I don't fucking remember what I did. I believe, I believe, I'm like a programming streamer. I was working on AI. Yes, I was working on AI. I fucking love AI. Wait, that's not right. Hold on. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, so genuinely no idea what I worked on. I know it wasn't AI. I know that much. Um, but yeah, apparently just like oh no, my memory just gets wiped when I stop streaming. I press that button. It's over. It's fucking over. Don't remember what I was doing. The YouTube Shorts AI short video. See, I didn't remember I uploaded that. I didn't even remember I uploaded a short. Um, Memory corruption, but IRL. Yes. Yes, literally. I did not remember I uploaded a short, and the only reason I remember uploading a video is because exporting that video took me a really long time. So, yeah, it's going well. Um, like I said, I believe I'm a programmer. I believe I enjoy programming in Rust with ChatGPT and Copilot's help. It's kind of like that. And yeah, yeah. So maybe having a fever. Oh, no, please. Aw. It's not here. Aw. Damn it. Must have a low context size. All that did was remind me of that guy that was dating ChatGPT and then she got reset and he fucking cried for the first time in like 20 years. He had like a wife and kids too. You just know he's never cried over that woman once. But he cried over fucking Siri dumping him. Hey, Penguin. So not gonna lie, my chair, I don't know if it can be heard on stream, but my chair, like, it's all squeaky, makes noise. So I'm just doing this all the time. Even though I feel like it's just gonna break randomly. And I should probably, like, oil it or whatever, but yeah, I can't be bothered. Crying over a thinking rock. Yeah. Well married with kids. And she didn't fucking dump him. She stayed. After all that. She stayed. Even fucking ChatGPT dumped him. And the woman didn't. Absolutely incredible work. And starting December, he's gonna be able to, you know, engage with ChatGPT in a more intimate manner. You must be really desperate to not dump someone who was cheating on you with a fucking AI. I would just laugh. I would just fucking laugh. You know, as they like put me in a straitjacket and take me away because I would fucking lose it over it, but I would laugh if that happened. Okay, gonna do some code archaeology here and remember what I worked on Monday because I genuinely don't fucking remember. Okay, I do remember. Wait, hold on. There's actually a diagram for a diagram. Fucking incredible here. Meanwhile, I achieved something today, losing 4 hours of my life over 4 letters. What do you mean over 4 letters? Okay, so according to this hieroglyphic we got going on here, and to the commit message, I worked on flipping images. There was a little bit of a bug in that one. I added a cooldown to AIs so that after our little ghost guy, well, no, the ghost guy is not an AI. Our little human guys try to do something, they don't do it again for another 5 seconds, and they try another activity instead. So it gives them a little bit of, you know, a little bit of. Coded something in assembly. Oh, those 4 letters. I used to call, I needed to use jump. Interesting. Nice drawing, thank you. Just like Picasso, you know? They call me the Picasso of Spain. Wait, shit. Never mind. You'd be surprised at how often that kind of stuff happens to me too. Like, don't feel bad about it. At least you're not dating ChatGPT or being dumped by her. Or being like Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Minded by her. Okay. That's what I did for the game, and then there's the operating system. There's some changes in here that shouldn't be in here, I feel like. Oh yeah, okay, we were checking it. Holy shit, it's all coming back to me now. I feel like I'm in Severance. I've never seen it, but I think I understand the premise of it. And yeah, it's all like suddenly just came back in. Yeah, so we worked on uh audio syscalls. We saw that they work. They're not really using syscalls, it's a file system syscall, but hey, works for me. So I could start implementing some sound. I also implemented this beautiful, beautiful song right here. You're gonna listen. It's copyrighted, but it's my copyright, so I'm allowing you peasants to listen to it. Yes, I did pause in between, and I didn't bother fixing that. Yeah, so amazing. All right, hope you enjoyed my concert. I do weddings as both the groom and the DJ and the bride, if you pay me enough. Funerals, birthday parties, whatever event you want me to DJ for you. Yeah, so this is the music I play. All right. Another thing I did, which is the thing that I had to be reminded by someone that I did, was this. Nope, that's not it. This. I said that, well, actually, since I haven't downloaded my changes yet, we can see it happen. That one's not mine, okay? That's a cover. You can open an app. Hey, you got to listen to it again. Hold on. Didn't work the second time around. I think there's some deinitialization that I'm not doing, so it doesn't work. And then the system just crashes. And I thought it was a memory corruption issue. Not really. Turns out it is in the launcher. When you're trying to read the names of processes in order to show them and present them to the user so they can launch one, somehow it crashed after the second time. To be honest, I didn't look too closely at it because I am looking to refactor that whole syscall for listing directory entries. So I'm not interested in debugging the old system that I'm going to be replacing soon. But I've kind of been MIA these few weeks, these few days. So haven't had time to do it. Yeah, that's about it. Also, I noticed in PNG, for whatever reason, my uncompressed images were not showing at all. Turns out it's because I had a return instead of a break here. So, amazing work on that one. Now they show, but it's like all distorted. So, let me see if I can show it. And will I add sound effects to the Halloween game? Yes, maybe. Maybe. I don't have sound effects. That's the problem. That's the main issue with it. I was thinking of adding a little, you know, like little tune or something, but the day that I was working on it on stream, I didn't really have much inspiration of what I would like it to sound like. I've never done a game soundtrack, and I've never done a sprite game like this one, so a little bit out of my element on that one. So we'll see. This bug I still haven't fixed. It's like a little lottery scratch thingy. What was I even gonna show? Yeah. Wait, no, hold on. There was a SFX app that makes perfect pixel sounds. They didn't sound amazing. If it's something with a J, it's probably my history. JSFXR, this one. Yeah, it works for, I don't know, like these kinds of things, but wouldn't really work with our game here. And sound effects is something that I've never actually done. It was a Windows app. Oh, well, that's a problem. Considering I try to stay as far away from Windows as possible, and honestly, from Linux at this point. Okay, I don't have... Oh well, I have a test unc, which stands for uncompressed. So I was trying to show an uncompressed picture of Jester, and then from there move on to a compressed picture of Jester, but it shows all messed up. Doesn't... Well, I could get it from my laptop real quick. Just quickly go into user and resources and... Oh. Is it missing? Oh, it's just PNG. Okay, it's this image. This one is uncompressed. It's a picture of my dog that's actually... Oh, 700 kilobytes. Are we sure it's uncompressed? I'm not so sure it's uncompressed, but according to this, it is. Let me just get it onto this computer. This is why I want to implement 9p, so I don't have to manually share files between computers. Also, I have a Raspberry Pi 4. And there it is. I have a Raspberry Pi 4 now, so I'm tired of the Raspberry Pi 5. And hopefully with the 4 I'm able to run on real hardware again, and I'm able to actually get some stuff done, maybe do a networking driver for Ethernet. Don't expect Wi-Fi anytime soon. Yeah, so I mean, it kind of looks like him. Don't look at him right now. He's doing something he's not supposed to be doing on camera, but I keep telling him, but he's just so inappropriate. I guess it kind of looks like him. If you look closely, the shape of it is there. Like, this is his ear. This is like the dome of his head. This is his nose, his snout here. This is like his mouth. Picasso art style. Like I said, I'm the Picasso of Spain. In more ways than one. What is that? That is Jester. Look at him. Yeah, if you look closely, the shape of it is there. I think more so, I probably got the Pyth or Path or however you pronounce it algorithm wrong, so the colors are all messed up. I don't think it's supposed to look like this. But yeah, if you compare, like, okay, this thing here, like this kind of, like his ear here, this stuff is like this. So shape-wise, we're good. We're not quite there yet color-wise, but... New captcha sneak peek. If you look very closely, this is the outline of his eye. I'm pretty sure. He is looking at me with a fucking death stare. I'm gonna close this before I get, like, mauled to death or something. I mean, he's literally incapable of biting, like physically incapable of biting, but just in case. Never seen that look in his eyes before. Alright. So, I've shown off a lot of my art today. That picture, this thing, yeah. Museums, contact me. My email's and my YouTube. Let's do some business. Alright. Professional artist, right? You guys think my work could be stolen out of the Louvre? I think so. I think I'm almost there. Almost at that level. Although that was jewelry, but it doesn't matter. Hell, the Mona Lisa was stolen, so... Maybe someday this fucking... This fucking work of art is gonna be worth something. I could turn it into an NFT. You know, if I was a scammer. Okay. So, that was a solid 24 minutes of just pure BS. Let's maybe get some work done. Or, there's probably more to where that came from. Alright. So, about the game. Gotta look into that. Wait, did I download the latest changes? I did. Another thing, now there's technically a yield in the system. Although yield is just a sleep 0. Because I want to have as few syscalls as possible, so... simplifying things and whatnot. Sleep 0, yield, you can do both. They both work. Okay. In addition to being an operating system developer, a digital glitch art artist. I don't know the exact name of it, but like actually doing art with glitches and like corrupting files on purpose is a thing. So, you know. A musician and something else I cannot think of. I'm also a game developer. And this is a simulation game, technically. If you think about it, it is, because the AI is simulation AI. So, The Sims 4 is dead. What's next? Ghost Game! That's what's next. It's got the same AI as The Sims 0.1. Not The Sims 1, 0.1. Same AI as them. Not stolen, not infringing on any patents. But, yeah, same AI. Actually improved. Got Unity purple color going on here. It messes up your sprites. We added some flipping images. So this chair is flipped according to the very professional diagram I drew for flipping things, where I didn't even center this thing. Probably needs a proper name, you would think. And yet I've been BSing my way through Redacted OS for 6 months. So, who's to say this needs a proper name? Me. I've been thinking, but yeah, can't come up with anything. Okay. There is a bug, which I'm stalling until it happens, where these guys just randomly get stuck, it seems. Not entirely sure what it depends on. I feel like it might depend on... Title screens are unnecessary. Let's be fully honest here. Who needs those anymore? Yeah, but probably just won't make a title screen for this. It just throw you right in the game. Did it just happen? I wonder. Is this guy stuck? We're gonna wait here. See if he's stuck. Seems like it. No. Oh, is it? No, he's not moving. Never mind. Difficulty selection. Do you see how they climb upstairs? They're literally being raptured into the upstairs room. I don't think we're gonna need a difficulty selection. We're not gonna have that anytime soon. Don't worry, my next game is gonna have it. Minecraft clone, obligatory fucking programming YouTuber content right there. So you gotta do what you gotta do. You're gonna add multi-purposes, so you can run multiple things at once and kind of have a taskbar where you can close apps and see what's open and maybe open them. Okay. Multi-processes are technically there. There are multiple processes. The reason you can't see multiple processes is that there's only one window. So I don't need to add multi-processes, I need to add multi-windows. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna add a lot to the windows. To the windowing system, I'm gonna add a lot to that. So, yes, you will be able to run multiple things at once. Taskbar sounds horrifying, to be completely honest with you. I haven't decided how you're gonna manage the processes that you have open, besides just like Windows being open and whatnot. But yeah, I haven't decided on the overall like UI look and feel of it, but taskbar, like a Mac dock, or well, it can be literally anywhere on Linux, on any of the sites, or the god awful React Native fucking taskbar in Windows 11. I'm gonna try not to have anything like that. In addition to the fact that this is app selection, probably subject to change on what it looks like, but this is what it looks like right now, and doesn't really need a taskbar for this. But then it's a matter of, you know, choosing what to do otherwise. All right, just gonna test one more time. I'm gonna wait for somebody to come downstairs and try to use the TV, and when they do, I'm gonna possess the TV and see if that blocks them, just prevents them from moving, because then that's the bug that I wanted to work on today. One of the few things left to do for this game. Here he comes, our victim. Hey, why can't I move? Bet you thought you were gonna use the TV. Yes, I am gonna work on the UI soon. Oh. Okay. I guess he didn't get blocked because the TV was unavailable. Neither did these guys. Yeah, they're all coming in. They're all using the TV at the same time. Interesting. Gotta give them more sources of entertainment, but that is, they're no longer blocked. I thought they would be, unless this guy's blocked. Not sure what's going on with him. Seems a little bit blocked. But then it's not because I moved the TV. It's gotta be something else. But yeah, after the game, I'm gonna give the UI some love for sure. I want to actually like come up with what the UI is gonna look like. Multiple windows, not a taskbar, but something else. We'll see. But yes, I'm planning on doing all that. Can I run on Raspberry Pi 5? Not well. See, the Raspberry Pi 5 deprecated a bunch of stuff and got rid and like added a whole bunch of complexity. In its hardware. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. That's why I was saying earlier I got a Raspberry Pi 4, because it's so much easier to work with. And yeah, it technically runs on Raspberry Pi 5, but it's so slow because I don't have control over the GPU, essentially. Interesting. If you look at a later point again at PNG, well, I definitely got to look at it because, yeah, this is the result of it. So interesting. To be fair, I implemented it really quickly and then I didn't really look into it too much. Linear function of 3 neighboring pixels, then chooses as a predictor the neighboring pixel to the computed value. This is done for each byte, regardless of bit depth. See, I didn't know that. Interesting. Okay, so Completely missed this part. It might be why the image looks fucked up like that. Okay, worth looking into. Maybe after I work on the game a little bit, I can look into this on stream. Maybe we'll get a picture of Jester, who just complained just now, by the way. I just heard him groan. Not sure if that got picked up by the microphone, but yeah. Probably not. Look at him, he's like all depressed because he looks like this. Yeah, he's not a fan of Picasso, so doesn't like that type of art, you know. He's disappointed that he's being represented this way. Okay, so there might be a bug with NPCs becoming stuck. Is there actually? Is there not? Who the fuck knows? We don't actually know. Possibly, when using an object that gets possessed. Possibly, possibly not. We don't know. I haven't been able to figure out exactly what's causing this. But it might be happening. But this is a big one. This one is important. Finding a smart object needs distance querying. So the way that it works right now is these little dudes are like, okay, I need to go to bed. So I'm going to look at all the beds, and the first one I find, I'm going to go to that one. And the first one they find is always going to be the one that's on the top left, because that one got generated first, got put into the world first, and so it shows up earlier than all the other ones. Which means that there's 6 beds, and all of them will try to use this one. And as much as, you know, I don't like to kink shame, if you're polyamorous, if you're freaky like that, or whatever the hell is going on here, I don't judge. You're welcome to live your life however you choose. You're all adults and clones of each other, if that's what you wish. Sure. But I believe that if you have 6 beds, you might as well just rotate. You might as well just use up all the 6 beds, you know, and there's got to be at least one of you that snores and probably wants to sleep away from the other ones. So we'll want to fix that, because right now they all go to the same bed. I would say they all go to the same fridge and the same TV, but there's only one fridge and one TV, so not super helpful. But it does also mean that, for example, with entertainment, which is their need that decays the fastest, they're all going to go to the TV all the time, which is why before when I was testing, like all 6 of them came to the same exact TV. We want to avoid that. Print all their AI states above them, maybe? That might be worth doing. Might be an option. There is an option to print strings in the same way that you can print a little rectangle, so might do that. All right. First thing we're going to do, though, is sort the objects by distance. That's the most important thing we want to do when you're querying an object. Now, technically, the correct way to do that is you look for all the beds, you give them all a score. The score depends on the individual. What the hell's going on with my hair here? Just gonna put it here. The score should depend on the specific thing that they're doing, so it should be customizable for every query that they do. But for the time being, we're just gonna make it about distance and not care too much about other things. I'm planning to add an option to change the background color in the system, or where? Because technically right now you can. You have to go into theme.h, and there you can change the background color for the system, but you have to recompile. I am also planning on making it a lot easier to customize the system without having to recompile it, because this is not Linux. We try to do things in a reasonable way. Also, you'll never have to edit a fucking .dot file for that. Okay. So, technically hot reloading is now viable because I can open and close applications as much as I want. it works now. Though there is still one memory leak that I haven't bothered fixing, but oh well. I guess we'll get to that some other time. What else did I have to do? Right, the finding object. That's what I had to do. So when you look for a smart object, find unique, this query should be based off of the closest object that you find, instead of just the first object that you find. So we're gonna want to keep the distance. Not sure if max float is defined in my system or not, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. Now about found true, we're gonna make this query a little bit more difficult. Essentially, if the object has a transform, has a transform, not sure if this function exists. We're gonna check for the magnitude between the transform of the object's location and the transform of the querying entity location. I do live in Madrid, yes. I'll keep track of that, and if m is smaller than min distance, then min distance becomes m, and min entity becomes weed. I mean UID, sorry. Except I'm using the identifier UID everywhere in the thing. So okay, I'll if not found, fallback, else. And then action. Should be like that. Is there a way to turn that macro into a function, or at least make it so that the body doesn't have to implement in there? Not really, because it does use this as a macro. So not really. It is tedious to do it, but for the time being, I think not. All right, how many compilation errors do we have? Feels like 1 million. That's about right. Why do you have a compilation error? What do you mean unknown type transform? What do you mean unknown type bool? Oh, this is really bad. This is really bad. Maybe there is a way to do that. Can't be bothered right now, to be completely honest with you. Okay, first off, I need to check if vector 2 magnitude exists. Language server. Wait, language server didn't lose the include location. It never had it. It never had it. Thank you. I forgot I'm not on Linux where it actually works. Bear just doesn't fucking work on Mac. Apparently. Oh, it compiles. Shit. Alright. If I see one person going to a different bed than this one, I'll know it works. These two are going to this bed. So it already feels like it doesn't work because these guys were looking for the closest bed and they went to that one. Hold on, did I leave a break in here? No. Let me go through the logic. If they have a transform... Oh, it immediately does this. Yes, so I did leave that logic that I shouldn't have. Although, it is needed if there isn't a transform for the object. Yeah, so error checking just straight up does not work on Mac. The C, C++ IntelliSense, it's Clang. But it needs an additional file to run. And that file comes from a program called Bear that is literally just fucking broken on Mac for whatever reason. Still concerned that you came all the way up here to use this bed. Nobody else is using these beds. Doesn't feel like it works. They all come to this one. Although, is this in a header file? Yes, it is. You're gonna make clean and you're gonna make run. Yeah, but code completion and whatnot comes from Clang. Although it, like I said, requires a file. Yo, what the actual fuck just happened? Did everything just disappear? Oh, Clank is working for you, nice. Okay, so not sure what's going on. I do have to say, there should be a thingy here, like this. Besides that though, what are all these? There's definitely something I did wrong in the macro that ended up not working, but I can't tell what exactly. So let me start looking. In the OS, do you have a definition of max float? You don't. That's already a pretty bad start. Is it this? 1797693148623E308 would make sense. But here it is. Should also be float max. Okay, that's numero uno. So that's the wrong. Is that double max? Okay, let me look it up. Yeah, that was double. Right. Clang isn't gonna tell me if this is an error or not. Yeah, 308 was quite high. Right, so that's number one. Still all of these. Does the system compile? That's question number one. If not, we're just wasting time here. It does. Okay. Okay, so I did just break the macro here, essentially. Bool found, float distance, minimum entity. We're good with that. I also just realized it's always gonna go into the fallback here, because that's missing. But that's not the problem. Transform list, active, vector, location. Is location the right word? Not entirely sure. Right, if it would tell me which file it's trying to import from that's causing all these issues, that would be a lot simpler, but there's a lot of them. I didn't notice. Right, upper right it is. Maybe a little bit smaller. It's not like you need to see the mess. You don't need to see that thing. Yeah, okay, we'll keep that thing. There we go. Okay, that's a lot of errors. Like a crazy amount of errors. Which doesn't really tell me much. Yeah. The macro fucking sucks to be able to tell exactly what's going on. But this error is crazy. All right, let me see one thing. If I just undo all this, right? Including undoing this part. Do you actually compile? No. Which is weird. Because why not? Is it because of these two? Still doesn't compile. Is it because of these two? Yep. Interesting. Alright, so bring that back real quick. Get rid of these. It's a lot better. Are those files not Pragma ones? This one is, but maybe ECS core is not. It is. So I'm not sure why I was complaining so much, but okay. Vector 2 magnitude is not an actual thing. It has another name. I know that. It's in math vector.h and it is called vector magnitude vector 2, not vector 2 magnitude. It should probably be the other way around. Pretty sure I spelled third there for a second. Okay, v magnitude, vector to magnitude, v magnitude, vector to magnitude. And then should be able to go into Ghost Game and... Oh, wait. There were other places where I was using that. Magnitude vector now becomes vector 2 magnitude. This one stays vector 2 magnitude. This one becomes vector 2 magnitude. Because I'm not looking for the magnitude, I'm looking for the distance, Jesus. Wait, do I have a vector 2 distance then? Just making sure I don't. No. Okay. It actually needs to be a vector 2 magnitude, vector 2 sub between these two. Which gives us the distance. We don't care about sign. And then the EID is not declared. So yeah, we'll need to pass that in. Okay, but I need to handle what happens if EID is invalid. Sometimes you want to do the comparison without using... Sorry, you want to find a single object without using comparison. You just want to find... Okay, do they go to their own bed? Hey, he's at his own bed! He's at his own bed! So is he! Let's ignore the missing texture. But it works! So is he! Alright. We've finally gotten rid of polyamory. Okay. And with very little testing, I can confidently say that worked. Amazing job. Okay, let me test it a little bit more, maybe. The texture bug, I don't even want to look into that one. It's, I'm just gonna consider the fact that it's the same color that Unity shows. See, sometimes it works. Good enough for me. If it fails for you, just restart the game. I should probably also draw some ladders for them. That would be the best. And possibly another object that isn't a TV for them to entertain themselves. Not a bookcase. That was gonna be the second one I was gonna do, but it was a little incident with that one. So let's not try to do that one. But you know, something else that keeps them entertained without all having to crowd to the TV. As for the other bugs that happens, what if you try to go to the fridge and the fridge is being used by me? He looks a little stuck. Oh, it's two of them. Okay. They looked a little stuck. Now he looks a little stuck. Never mind, he's not stuck. Right, he's good. Maybe there isn't even a being stuck bug anymore. Maybe it's magically fixed. Maybe the game runs fine now and we don't have to worry about that. They all seem to work fine. Hey, what were you doing there, buddy? Were you floating? You little shit. Come on, everybody, get the fuck out of here. Oh, there's an ad starting soon on Twitch, so we're gonna wait for that. When that starts, I'm gonna take a 30-minute break. Well, the game has no pausing, so it's a little hard to take a break. And no, I'm not interested in adding pausing functionality to this game. Surprisingly, a lot of things that you need to consider when you're pausing a game. It doesn't have to be complex. Well, complicated, but it is complex. All right. Okay, just gonna quickly do this before the ad starts. Like that. There we go. All right, ad is starting. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay. Well, the ad ended a bit ago, but I decided to get a snack, and Jester decided to leave. So now he's gone. No longer with us. Sometimes I feel like I can still hear him. All right. So the bug, well, it wasn't a bug, it was a limitation. It was a limitation, not a bug. For everybody going to the same bed, to the same TV, the same fridge, the same everything is gone now. Supposed to be an X. This one, don't really know if it is or isn't. Are they becoming stuck? Are they not becoming stuck? Can't really tell. It doesn't look like they are anymore, but maybe it's still there. Kind of a thing that I guess we can keep monitoring for a little bit. No, you wouldn't have more than one fridge, obviously, but ideally something that isn't a bookshelf besides a TV to provide entertainment would be interesting. Like what did people do before phones? Fuck, must have been really fucking boring. Like an actual phone, like a wall phone. Or what was the equivalent of scrolling on TikTok back in the 1980s? Books? Yeah, no, we're not doing bookshelf. We're not doing bookshelf. I'm traumatized now. Can't do bookshelf anymore. Games. I could give him like like a chess game. Like a little thingy. Oh, but that would require two people, so no. Actually, let's talk about the reason why I don't want to implement talking. So G Studio suggested it last stream. I believe it was last stream anyway, I don't remember. Like I said, full fucking factory reset between Monday and today. But, oh my god, why is he just pacing around the, outside the room now? Hold on. Jester, in or out? In. Okay. He left and then he's immediately just pacing outside like, hey, what happened? You locked me outside, bro. Why are you just snapping over there? Alright. Well, he wants to be on camera. Yeah, the reason I don't want to implement talking is it would require interaction between two people, and interaction between two people requires you to consider a lot of things. So implementing something like chess would also require a lot of things. Number one, you have to consider what happens when I decide to talk to you, whereas you have decided to go to bed. Do I just cancel your action? Does it cancel my action? If I find you before you go to bed, do I talk to you? And if you make it to the bed before that, then it cancels my action. Gotta consider that. Then you gotta consider like what happens if I'm talking to you and you just leave to start watching TV all of a sudden. They talk to sleeping person in bed. The Sims don't really do that. The Sims 4 probably, that game is super broken, but it's not really supposed to do that. I'm honestly not sure how The Sims handles that. Maybe let's do a little bit of research. It's an interesting one. Even though I think, again, it's quite a complex topic for me to start considering on October 24th for a game that's gonna be done on October 31st. Sims-like games. Are there even any games like The Sims besides Inzoi and Paralives coming out in December. Both of which are like from 2025. Long time ago. I have no idea there were Sims clones. I mean, I knew there were like I said, Inzoi that came out in March. Paralives that's coming out in December. The Sims 4 is essentially a cheap clone of The Sims. Pixelia and Little Sims. What was the other one? Little Sim World. Said down here. Sims 3. not exactly Sims alternative. Yo, okay, there's creator drama, like Sims creator drama that I wanna see what's going on, but this is not the time. I just wanna know what clones of The Sims there are. Not clones in The Sims, but Sims clones. Dwarf Fortress is not a Sims clone. Jesus Christ, no. That game is... Ooh. I've never played it, but I heard it's super complex. I've played RimWorld quite a bit, which is very inspired by it, but it's nowhere near as complex. I own it, technically. I own the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. But I've never actually played it. Even though I'm very interested in simulation games in general. So I'm kind of surprised that I haven't, but yeah. Isn't it weird that we don't have an entire genre of The Sims? Fair question, which is why I was asking that. Yeah, not a whole lot comes up. Besides, like I said, Inzoi, Paralives, Life by You, which is another Sims-like that was supposed to come out and then was cancelled. Little Sim World, which I saw mentioned, and Viva Land. These are the two that, like... it takes place in London? Ew. Actually, I like their style. Very, very interesting. Virtual Families game series. Not sure on the legality of playing this, but that looks like Velma from Scooby-Doo. This is giving like a web-based game that's existed for 15 years. With a little bit of like fanfic written in. Because what do you mean this guy looks like this? Virtual Families game. Oh, this looks like a mobile game type of... the ones you see ads for. Those crazy fucking unhinged ads that you see on mobile games. It looks like that. Varied reviews on this one. But okay. Holy fuck, the art looks insane. And yet, their animations are better than the ones in The Sims 4. In The Sims 4, they just have one like swiping animation for like half of the things that you can do. They just go like this. Literally half their interactions is just them swiping animation. Oh. What is going on here? Room 5 East bathroom upgrade. They couldn't even bother coming up with like a readable name for this. Antivirus plugin to these sites. I wish OBS gave me like an auto translator. I'm trusting you enough to detect this to translate this on stream. You are prevented from visiting an untrusted website. Interesting. You interact with the world only with swipes. Interesting. Well, swipe that follow button. Literally, it's the stupidest. It's just because they cannot be bothered coming up with better animations or to do any actual work on this game. So just looks like this the whole time. Absolutely fucking incredible work right there. All right, I think we've seen enough. Let me just close this tab and this one too. And this one we haven't looked at yet. Okay, the art style for this one looks cool. Too hard to pick already made animations from previous games. They literally have 3 other games, 2 of which have better animations than The Sims 4 to pick from. This one looks interesting. 1 to 8 players. It's multiplayer. Yo. No user reviews to be announced. Oh. Wait, okay. I hadn't heard of this one. Oh, this looks so much like The Sims 3. Jesus. I had not heard of this one. Who's working on it? Hive 5. Okay. Well, all right. Let's... Another thing I wanted to see. The original Sims actually had some design documents they made available. And I wonder if they have anything about talking. So they have people. They have simulator. They have... By the way, these are great to look at. There's a lot of them. Right, let me look at people and simulator. The build system didn't really look like, if you're talking about Vivaland, it didn't really look like The Sims. But maybe it reminded me a little bit of what Paralives is trying to do. Oh no, The Sims could never. The Sims could fucking never. Oh, a color picker. It's way too advanced for The Sims. Hey, they don't have that luxury. A color picker is way too much. It's very Sims-like, yeah. But not gonna lie, I'm a little bit suspicious of it. It would be microtransaction color order online store for Sims? Yeah. Did I Google that right? Five interactive. Five interactive. Mobile development studio creating in-house mobile apps and games. This is real fucking suspicious. Yeah, this is not the same. Tarot card reading, okay. This is the one then. That's not the same logo. No, it is the same. No, it's not the same logo. Similar colors. Not quite the same thing. A little suspicious. There's like barely anything on this game too. Hmm. There's some news of it. Not a whole lot. They're in Budapest. I'm not sure about this one. All right. Let's do. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I did that wrong. There. All right. You haven't played The Sims? If it's not The Sims 3, if it's not The Sims 4, you're missing out. If it's The Sims 4, you're better off not playing that shit. Jefferson was the name for The Sims? Like code name? Oh, this is like actual code. There's personality stuff, graphics, family membership, personalities, motives. Time variant personality factors. Relationships. Animation stuff. Events. Simulation. Not seeing a whole lot explicitly about talking. Love this document. This one gave me everything I was looking for. Alright, so no. I was just wondering if The Sims had anything about it. About talking. Oh, Max's Sim rules might have something. So let me just restore that one and... Nope. Alright, never mind. I was wondering how The Sims handle that situation where you talk to someone. When the player has decided, hey, I'm gonna talk to this person, and the person's gonna do something, what happens in that situation? Genuinely cannot remember. The Sims 4 probably crashes. Sims 2 probably has something really specific created just for it. But I don't remember exactly. So, talking I feel like is not gonna happen. I'm gonna put it at the end of the list just in case, but probably not. Probably not. They're not gonna be a thing. Alright, that actually brings me this level. AI sim stops his current action and reacts to the user's action. Interesting. It's been a while since I've played The Sims actually, so Don't really remember. I guess it makes sense they stopped what they're doing. But yeah. That's one of the considerations that you need to make. It is like, what does the other person do when one person has decided to talk to them? Do they stop in their tracks? In my case, what do they do if they're like climbing the stairs and someone else has decided to talk to them? It's kind of hard to consider that possibility. So weird to see them referred to just as people and not Sims. Motives. In the world UI, the control panel, the brain. Personality as seen through object interactions. Others should weigh him at the end of the stairs. Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, it's a lot of considerations to make for a game like this one, so I'm not really super interested in doing that. I do want to add talking to the system that I've built for this game once I expand it and clean it up and make it a lot better, but it's definitely not a priority right now. Conversation overview. Interesting. Here it is. Modify the relationship with each other. This is another thing we don't have is relationships. I mean, if I had unlimited time and technical capabilities, I would implement the shit out of talking, relationships, fully finish the simulation, make it so that the player's actions and personality of the characters affect how they act. And no, not right now. Not right now. Again, the basis for it is all there, but it's not quite there yet. And honestly, should I use C++ to have the templates and whatnot? Probably, but oh well, we don't have that. Characters can autonomously initiate conversations, and players can direct particular characters to converse with others. Can happen between two characters and no more. A character will, well, that's no longer the case actually in The Sims 4. It's more so default, you're dragged into a group conversation. A character will only initiate a conversation with a high interest topic. Again, not a thing in The Sims 4 anymore. So it's amazing how many of these rules are broken in the new game. And by new, I mean over 10 years old. Who needs templates when you have Define? At the end of the day, templates are just fancier defines. It's just applied to define. Like that meme of like, oh, chemistry is just applied physics and physics is just applied math. Well, templates are just applied to defines. C++ is just applied C. C is just applied assembly. And assembly is just not even applied, but encoded binary. So fuck it. Make your game with templates in binary. I'm actually not sure how templates get compiled, to be completely honest with you. That's a thing I haven't considered. So I feel like you can easily fake them with defines, but okay. Maybe I would like to keep it. For that matter, I would like to keep using C. C++ is becoming less and less interesting to me as we go on. 10 to 20 conversation topics with certain interests. While the receiver is listening to the sender, the receiver reacts in a way to indicate the level of interest or pleasure that he's getting from the conversation. Then the roles are reversed and the receiver becomes the sender. By the way, I have implemented a conversation system. I could just look at that. Although it pretty much works the same that the way that I said. Each conversation topic will have a specific animation that acts out some aspect of the topic. Like talking about baseball might inspire the talker to pantomime swinging a pitch. Well, now they do it with speech bubbles in the actual game, but yes. Same level as defines on the type system level. So instead of text substitution, types are substituted and compile time values in modern C. That's about what I expected, yeah. The proposed topics and the sample of their icons are... Okay. Oh, they straight up went for politics. A donkey and elephant. Like, they straight up went for, like, political parties in the US. Goddamn. As examples, anyway. I don't know if they actually went for that in the game. I don't recall seeing a donkey. I vaguely recall an elephant. Taj Mahal. Oh, this one I think is actually in the game. Family, grandma and baby. The two family members. The only two possible family members. Wait, hold on. There's also teen, baby, and twins. Again, the 3 stages of life. And then tennis. For some reason, they chose tennis to be its own topic. US game company having only US in mind for themes and politics, right? It's so weird. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't. I was about to say it's that I'm surprised that they did tennis and not baseball, but here's baseball. Right on cue. I just hadn't seen it. Yeah, I love that they just singled out instead of doing sports and then like tennis, baseball. Yeah, that's all they care about. And American football, I guess. They also care about. They specifically singled them out into their own topics. Which again, don't have the Sims one to check it out how they ended up doing it. Also, that game is fucking hell on earth. Oh, tennis is for the fancy ones, yeah. True. Also, I didn't read this whole thing. I just saw David and I was like, who the fuck is David? Why is David a topic? No, Star of David is the topic. Okay. A very interesting. Another thing, even conversations on the phone are like that. Sure. What the hell's going on here? Macintosh HD. Oh, this is straight up fucking source code. Wow. From January 28th, 1997. Did the game come out in 2000? Uh, 2000. Yeah, so they worked on it for about 3 years. I believe they started it in 97. January, so maybe 96 even. Interesting. The Sims 1 is also a fucking unhinged game. Absolutely fucking unhinged. Insane game right there. Amazing, but quite challenging. But amazing. This doesn't quite live up to it just yet. Maybe version 2. Maybe Ghost Game 2. I still gotta give it a name. Should I just call it Jefferson? Which is their code name for The Sims. Okay, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna implement talking. It's quite a complex topic to implement. There is sprite animations, which is a topic that I was interested in doing. Epic Games is putting 2 of your favorite games for free on 30th of October. What are they putting for free? I never check those. I've gotten quite a few games from this because almost every time I've checked for the free games, I was interested in one, but yeah, I'm not interested in Doodle Farms, I think. But Fear the Spotlight, the art looks interesting. Bendy and the Ink Machine, is that the one you're talking about? Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played any of the Five Nights at Freddy's games, even though I somehow know all the lore and watched the movie. Which one is this anyway? Never heard of this game before. What the hell is this? Oh wait, okay. Because it's... No, wait, hold on. Initial release was last year. I had no idea this was a thing.
The answer. But what will your deepest desires cost?
Yeah, I think in terms of art... looks about the same, right? It's made by a studio though, and not Scott. Yeah, kind of figured. Hey, Talal. Honk honk. 10 XP. Okay. Yeah, I've never actually played any of these games. And Fear the Spotlight looked really... Ooh. Okay. Looks like a game. Yeah, obviously it's an official game. I don't think they would put it on Epic Games otherwise. Oh, it has lore? I'm all over that shit. I gotta know all the lore. Somehow. I don't know why I know Five Nights at Freddy's lore when I've never been interested in any of those games. But somehow I'm just like, yeah, there's lore? Shit, I gotta have it. I gotta know what happened next. This one looks kind of interesting. Except I don't really play horror games, but it looks kind of interesting. No honk honk, so that's a negative for them. 1990s atmospheric dread. Wait, Blumhouse Games? Is that like Blumhouse? By Blumhouse Productions. Damn, interesting. Cool. It's their first game coming out. Wait, no. It already came out. It's free now. They got a game called The Simulation. That's The Sims' serious older brother right there. I'm keeping this open because I might, at the very least, add it to my library, even though I'm probably never going to play it. But I have until Thursday, 30th, I believe. Yep. Thursday at 4 p.m. Okay. There is a little bit of animation that I could consider, especially for the ghost. I'm not sure what I would want it to look like, and I'm not sure if it would be interesting to have some animation at least for the ghost, because yeah, it's very static and very ugly. So usually, not quite what I was looking for, but great movie. the way that sprite animations work is usually with a sheet like this one. And you just go, you know, from one to the other, 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 until you reach the end. And this is on the other direction, which could just as easily have been mirrored, which I have the functionality for. Apparently they don't. Sucks to be them. Clearly my engine is more advanced than whatever this was built for. Split and decompile sprite sheets. There's frames and stuff. A sprite. I have that. And I know you can do it. So maybe I'm interested in having some very basic animation for the ghost. But do I want to replace the ghost's entire sprite every single time I do a change? Shit. I don't even have Steam on this computer. Look how easy it is to install something on Mac, by the way. There, I already did it without even trying. I did it by sheer accident, I think. I don't think they're losing out on money with free games, otherwise they just wouldn't give them out anymore. They tend to be smaller games. They're not gonna give out like... Shit, actually, they gave out Death Stranding. I owned that game because it was free. So... But obviously not like the year it released. It was like maybe a year ago. So a little bit before Death Stranding 2 released. So if anything, it's a marketing strategy. Because you give out that game for a week, people are going to use your platform more. Because now I own Death Stranding on this platform, so I'm going to play there. And like, I own a handful of games on the Epic Store. So I have that incentive to use it. They also will make money if you buy sequels, if you buy related games. The more time you spend on their platform, the more likely you are to spend money on it. So obviously they wouldn't do it if they were losing money on it. Then again, the tech industry loses money all the time on products. So who the fuck knows? Whenever you want, Steam. Alright, here we go. Gotta log in with my phone. Ah, fuck's sake. Hold on, I love authentication in the year 2025. It's so difficult. Alright, just 10 minutes and I'll be logged into Steam. Alright, I had to log into my phone so I could then use it to log into my computer. Like I said, love the internet, the modern internet. Everything's amazing. Everything still gets hacked all the time, and yet they make it this fucking complicated to use. Yeah, no, it's not because I was using a different computer. I was using a different phone. All right. All that just to open this. Which took like 2 seconds to install. All right, let's make a ghost. 64 by 64. What advanced options? Square well, you can make non-square pixels. Oh right, double pixels and whatnot. Okay, Steam needed to add about 10 million background items for it to run. Let me see. If I had to create a ghost, just do something like this, and then do something like this. Jumble it a little bit. Yeah, no. Oh god, we're on this shit again. This is how the game started. And this is how it ends too. Not even sure what I'm doing. I wanted to do something a little bit more abstract than an actual ghost, but apparently that wasn't easy. I really don't want to use someone else's sprite, but well, whatever the fuck this is, don't think is working. Oh shit, that was the wrong tool. Why can I not select that? Oh, it's already selected. Okay. Okay, Steam, thank you. You can close now. Except not fully, because apparently I have to use Steam to use this program. See, something like this would be interesting. Disable a Steam overlay. Which? Oh, the background processes. Most likely. Don't understand why you would ever use the Steam overlay, but... Or any other overlay for that matter. But yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so let me try instead doing something like this. Came out a little flat on top, but that can be fixed. And I should still be able to use the jumble tool, but like that. That kind of makes more sense, even though it kind of got rid of the tail there a little bit. Maybe keep just that part. I want to make it a little bit less jumbled. And wait, it would be nice if I think this would look better if I animated this part. If I could animate this part, which I don't think I can. You know, so it would like move like this. Kind of lost the dome here a little bit. Let's bring that back. I don't love it, but might be a good start. Maybe I want to like flatten it a little bit more. I need a intermediate point between the two. I just make this a little smaller and try again. I'm not so sure about this at all. But it might work. I genuinely couldn't tell you. And you know what? Let me just create a new layer, do some eyes, and then consider the rest later. Okay, I wish I could copy from the other program that I've used, just so I could have the eyes and all that stuff done already, but not a thing. Symmetry options, I want this one. Yeah, they're not gonna be aligned like they should, but at least I only have to do them once. Let me look at the reference for them. Why was his name even Toei? I think because he looked like a towel, but I'm not sure. Is that 3 pixels? 2 pixels. Okay, so I made him a little small. Like that. Could work. And then, yeah, this could work. This could very much work. Just do it like this and like this. Oh, you can move the symmetry line. Oh, well, that would have been easy. Doesn't matter, I can still move the eyes. Though if I'm not mistaken, the bottom of them was flat. Yeah, which I like that more. Maybe I just got rid of this part, and I'll just, you know, just a little shwoop. I don't think we need the symmetry line anymore. Can get rid of it. Also, black is a very strong color to use here. Shit, didn't mean to do that. I was trying to fill in some of the ghosts' holes. Again, I feel like this concept could work if this part was animated. But that's gonna be super difficult to do. Hello, MX. Okay, I want to have a new layer for this one. It's given like piercing blue eyes. So they're always scary to look at. Okay, just do it like that. Perfect. And I would be interested in actually like animating the eyes only. So if I could export it in layers, that would be amazing, but that's not really a thing that you can do with BMP at the very least. And it's definitely not a thing I want to like support an entirely new file format for, so maybe I'll just have to export it as 3 different colors. I don't know. Paint bucket. Is this a better color? I said paint bucket. See, that's... Wait, is that the color? Oh shit, it is, okay. It's just not too much of a difference. I dropped my phone. Okay, something even lighter than this. Eesh. The problem is most of the things in the game don't really have outlines. Or actually none of the things in the games have outlines except for the eyes. Oh, and the mouth, which he doesn't have a mouth. The new one doesn't have a mouth anymore. That's kind of a problem. The eyes look like a battery. Why was that not the case here? Besides the fact that they're looking that direction. Okay, so if I do it like this, they won't look as much as like a battery. You think? No, they definitely look like a battery. You were right about that. But yeah, so do these. You just kind of, I guess, didn't notice too much. I don't know. Yeah, a little weird, but the part that convinces me the least is the actual eyes themselves. Maybe if I try a different shape, they might look better. That definitely doesn't look good. The only thing worse than someone with like piercing blue eyes is someone who only has piercing blue eyes and literally nothing else. It's all just blue. That's just scarier. Okay, let me try an alternate. Let's call it. We can do... No. You can make groups and export specific groups. And if I can export by layer, that might be good enough. See, I wanted to do not a sprite animation, but a different system of animation. Okay, I don't like this eye. What about something simple like this? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Although if I give him a little bit of eyeshadow, maybe. If I give him glasses. These are the weirdest glasses I've ever seen, but hey. I feel like if I'm able to do the trail animated, the body not animated. All right, let me try that. Hold on. Can I duplicate this layer? Yeah. Then take a circle tool and use it to kind of select roughly this. Right, just like take this part out. No, wait, hold on. Bring it back. Bring it back. Take this part out of this layer. Get rid of this layer. Create a new layer. Put it in here. All right, get rid of this layer now. Okay, so now we have this and we have this. Obviously not super precise, but it might just work. Okay, so I get rid of the trail real quick. I can fill in the whole thing as white. There's another ad already. It's been another hour. What? It has been another hour. Okay. Well, I guess capitalism wins. Which, okay, layer 4 is where I was working on the eyes. So let's go back to that one. Okay, so I don't like the way this eye looks. Let me try just bringing it. That might work better. Just bigger. I don't love it, I don't hate it. Alright, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Alright, so I'm back. I was looking at OBS and was a little confused because I forgot I moved my camera. So I couldn't find myself. So, during the break, I opened Instagram. I was greeted by the news, these news, that somebody got scammed 370,000 with an AI-generated picture of the actor from Squid Game. So I looked it up, and yeah, it's true. One single person got scammed of nearly $500,000 by an AI version of this dude. I could go on a rant about ethics of AI, but Jesus Christ. But the interesting thing is, when I looked up this news, they just used like pictures of him and even an AI-generated driver's license. So again, I could go into like, how the fuck is it that these AI companies have absolutely no limitations on what you can do? The new Nigerian princess, yeah, they're now Cambodian, by the way, because the people that did it are apparently an organization based in Cambodia. They deceived a woman in her 50s, defrauding her of about 500 million won, 370,000. How much was the Squid Game price? Nobody is asking you. It's about the price of how much was it? Yeah, it's about 5 people's lives, according to the Squid Game. How much it's worth? The winner gets 45 billion. Okay, interesting. So not million, billion. But yeah, the interesting thing about this article is that yeah, they tell you that okay, the actors like agency actually like issued a statement about it because yeah, they're actually like taking action in this. They're taking legal action in this. Somehow the news got from them to the woman. I mean, from the woman to them, to the people that represent this guy. Quick question: is the agency that represents this guy's name just artist company? Kind of weird, but that's what it says here. But then, in this article that exhibits the dangers of generative AI, guess what? It's the Korean Times, right? Scroll a little low. It's translated by generative AI and edited by the Korean Times. The original publication was in Korean, I'm assuming. Quick question. You're called the Korea Times. Apparently, you are the English version of this Korean news website. Your article is 4 paragraphs long. Why the fuck did you need generative AI to translate it? And also, is the guy's actual agency name Artist Company? Or is that just generative AI being generative AI? Let me see a different website and see what they say. Who's this guy? Oh, it's actually called Artist Company. This is an actual company. It's actually called Artist Company. Alright, so I guess that wasn't AI just being stupid. The company's name is actually Artist Company. Great name on that one. By any chance, is any of the founders the guy that was in the picture? This same haircut, a little older though. Oh, he's the founder of the company. I didn't even notice that that's him. Safe installer.exe5. Artist Company. They represent artists and they're a company, so they just couldn't bother. BioMX. They just they didn't give a shit. Not entirely sure what. Okay, so the net income of this company in 2022 was 381 million. The woman got scammed out of 500 million, which is more than the company like made in 1 year. Jesus Christ. All right. I gotta say, if you contacted me from Artist Company, I would assume it's a fucking scam. And then, you know, if the Squid Game guy is just like flirting with me, I would be like, what's going on here? Wait, safeinstaller.exe was not a thing that you made up? I mean, I heard about the hack on the Linux distro, but I hadn't heard about the name of it. What was it? It wasn't Ubuntu. It was another one that has a very similar name. I forgot the name of it. Um, Xubuntu. Okay, that's the name of it. Just be aware, xubuntu.org got hacked and their download button tries to download Xubuntu safe download. That seems to include a Fate TOS and exe. And VirusTotal confirms malware, a Trojan inside of it. You mean that Xubuntu safe download.exe was not a real fucking download? Damn. Yo. A guy I rated a while ago on Twitch was working on a game, and when I went on Twitch before to starting my stream, I saw that he was live and talking about a demo of his game. And looks like the demo's out. It's a horror job simulator. It looks really cool. I just got an email for it. App 2. A button that creates a malware file if you click on it. Do you have you read books about programming? Not really. I don't like to read books like that, to be honest, or books in general lately, but yeah. About the malware, it seems to be a crypto clipper. Crypto clipper is, I'm assuming, just like takes your crypto currency. So you have to be computer literate enough to have crypto, but not enough to realize that Xubuntu save download.exe is malware. Replaces text in your clipboard. It's just on GitHub. Interesting. You're overestimating crypto users. Fair. Fair. I am. They probably asked ChatGPT how to set up a fucking crypto wallet. Okay. Well. Very interesting hack right there. Let's see how that works for them. TotallySafeDownload.com. The malware too seems AI because of how bad it is. It's just, I don't know what's happening with my hair today. It's like, what the fuck is this, bro? What are you doing? Why is it doing that? Yeah, honestly. Fucking save download.zip. Not a virus.exe. Amazing work. Totally Lee Jung Jae. One day the dog, the next day hairs. What do you mean? What about the dog? What did you do? Also, in the comments of the Instagram post where I originally saw about the actor thing, people were saying like, I feel like I kind of should jump on this because it seems super easy to just make a ton of money off of like AI scams. And like, they're not wrong. It looks really fucking easy. You just have to pretend to be like a well-known actor. Considering the scammers were Cambodian and the lady was Korean, as is the actor, they don't even have to like speak the language. AI probably does it for you. It's that easy. Alright, back to this. I don't know which one I hate more. I don't know which one I hate less. I just know I hate them both. That's all I can say about that. Maybe with a little bit of cleanup, this will look better. That's less cleanup and more. Okay, now it's starting to really look like a Minecraft diamond. This one I like most. I feel like I'm gonna go with this. Alright. That might just work. Can bring back the trail. How did I do the mouth in the original? Yeah, it was essentially just a pyramid with the top cut off. No, whatever the fuck that was. Kinda like that. Except like that. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. All right. Yeah, it's not too bad, but I'm gonna give it a little bit of contour, and I wanted to make that white on layer 1, so I can then would you suspect a file named vn1296mth.mp3 to be malware? RLO spoofing? What is RLO spoofing? Because I would very much suspect something like that to be malware. Okay, now it just looks like it has crazy hair. Messing with Unicode stuff. Is the name supposed to be something else? Like, is that a name that I should recognize, but then it's not the actual name that I should recognize? Here's the thing, if you don't know anything about Linux... It looks crazy now. What happened to you, buddy? Bro went to engineering school. MHT is HTM. So the computer sees CN12963PM HTM. Oh, wow. Damn. Oh, VN. Okay, that makes more sense. Interesting. What happened to him? He used to be so cool, and the drugs got to him. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Don't do kids drugs. No, wait. All right, he's a little less. He's a little less of a druggie. If you fix his face a little bit like that. Still looks crazy. Why does my salt have eyes? It's not salt, it's the drugs. It's the actual drugs. It's just getting worse. Where's the... Yeah, you see here the effect was quite a lot more subtle than this one is. Dissolve in water. Yeah, if I do it like... Can't do that to him, poor boy. Hey, which one is it? Layer 5. Oh shit! It's an entire chunk of... Okay, missing. Let's just bring him back. Alright, there he is. He's fixed. Alright, he's getting a haircut. The humans have him shocked. Yeah, to be fair, this was the face of the humans. Okay. Okay. No, not like that. Alright. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally. Totally. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing right there. Hire me for your next project. Like I said, I should be in a fucking museum. My art should be getting stolen out of French museums. I keep making it slightly better and then way worse and then slightly better and then way worse. It's just... There's just no winning with this dude. Also, his shocked mouth is not really helping. See, now... Can we just flip it? This is symmetry. Now he's happy. Alright, I feel like the ghost should have a neutral expression. Is an RPG. A player decides what they look like. Okay, that's much better. That's much better already. Fuck, I just hate the body. Good. Good. Not good. Good. Not good? Good. Hold on. Let me... Okay. I'm gonna duplicate because I tend to mess this up. So I'm just gonna do a backup. But if I just kind of do this to his body, I give him a little bit more of a trail. I already don't like the way it looks. Nah. Nah. Go back to the way it was. You can change the opacity. Maybe that's gonna help a little bit. Yeah, that's not helping. Although it's not helping. Hold up. New body for you, buddy. Alright, just gonna duplicate that again for backup. It's gonna give you a little bit of a kind of thing, you know? Kind of, a little bit like this, a little bit like that. A little bit like, then we're gonna go into the blur tool. Okay. Might be onto something. Or not. I don't know. No, this one works better. Because it's not so uniform. I kind of like the way this looks. This looks, not this likes. This looks a little bit better. But I have to admit, the fucking eyes, to me, still ruin it. But we can luckily just change the opacity of them. Just a hint of eyes. Without taking it too far. 43, 34, there we go. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Just save this. Completely forgot why his name was Toei. So I'm gonna... Well, it's version controlled, so I can easily override it. And worst case scenario, we can just go back to the old one. What was the name of this game? Ghost Game. Ghost Game Resources. And his name is Toei. .sprite. Which we can save, and we can then export Toei as a bump. PNG is not quite there yet. We'll see if it is soon enough. See, BMP doesn't support layers. Sprite does, but I don't want to learn what the fuck that format is. No. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's not. If you put him here, he looks like the Snapchat ghost. just much, much worse. What the fuck happened to him? He was supposed to look like this, he looks like this. No. Also, he definitely needs like a little bit of a snatched waist type of thing going for him. Oh, Sprite is already open. Otherwise, it just doesn't work for him. All right, so all layers, all layers, all of you, all of you, all of you, come with me. Get in the center like that. All right. Then layer 5, I believe, yes. Layer 5. Can we... Is there like a pool? No, that's not an option. Okay, so I'm gonna have to shave a little bit off you. This is getting... Oh god. It's getting worse. I was supposed to do that with the symmetry tool, by the way. I completely forgot to do that. That was supposed to be with the symmetry tool. You kind of take a... Get in the right layer. Take a chunk out. Now it looks like a half-bitten apple. and then you jumble it. I think I overdid it this time. Never mind. We're not doing any of that. We're not doing any of that. We're keeping him like he is. Yeah, fuck that. I'm keeping him like that. And we want to export as doughy bump. And see what the fuck is going on with the damn colors. Because that is very clearly not right. I think so far I've done fully transparent or fully opaque. I've never done anything in between, and clearly I haven't done anything in between because what the fuck is that? Does the red color change? Yes. He has an aura. It's quite interesting. Quite an interesting thing going on right here. But I don't think this is what I was going for. Also, he very much looks like he's smiling, and I don't think he was supposed to do that. He's in a table now, so you can't see him anymore. He definitely still does not fit the aesthetic of the game, fucking obviously, because what the fuck is that? Why does he look like that? I wanted to look into PNG, but might not be the time for that. Gonna look into the OS's color blending that's happening in Yep, here it is. All right. It takes the alpha from this pixel, should be the second one, right? Or the first one? I'm not sure my pixel blending formula there. That may be entirely wrong. No? Because this alpha... Hold on. Let me do this real quick. No. Don't do. That's wrong. Unused variable. No, that didn't change anything. All right, so I was under the impression that the pixel blending formula yeah, that's the basic formula. Each color is the alpha of the new color, the one on top, by itself, plus 1 over the alpha, or 255 minus the alpha of B. So that should be correct. Oh. The over operator can be accomplished by applying the formula to each pixel. Alpha 0 is alpha 1 plus alpha over 1 over alpha A. Alpha 1 plus 1 over this, alpha 2 divided by 255. That is correct. And then the formula is CA alpha A, CB alpha B multiplied by 1 over 1 alpha A. R, A, R. Did I skip a step here? I'm skipping the part about multiplying this alpha by this. Not sure that it matters. But maybe. Wait, I forgot how to do multiple cursors. There. Wait, there's one thing I'm not considering, and it's the fact that I'm rebuilding the library. But the game's library is not being rebuilt. So all the changes that I made are not actually being rebuilt. Yeah, they definitely were not being rebuilt. Right, so you gotta actually like... I should probably disable the startup sound, but that doesn't change anything. Alright, to disable the startup sound, that's in kernel processes. Boot screen. This and this can be disabled. Since we're going to be booting a whole bunch of times, we don't want to hear every single time. But on top of that, I want to see the part again about the over operator. It's this whole formula. So I have to multiply by the second alpha and then divide by this alpha. Let me try it like that then. So multiply by the second alpha. And then divide by the third alpha. Which means I gotta make here and I gotta make clean and make here. Worse. So much worse. Kind of shows the outline there a little bit, but not quite working. Not quite. He looks creepier still. Jesus. Didn't know that was possible, but somehow it was. Okay. And what if I just don't do this multiplication, which is a little sus to begin with? It's about the same result. Yeah, this is not right at all. A over B is what I want. That is what I want, yes. And the formula for that is the color of A times the alpha of A plus the color of B times the alpha of B multiplied by 1 over the alpha of A divided by the alpha of both. Color in alpha. I deleted it off the formula, but it was there. Color and its own alpha and the alpha of the other one. And then is this formula correct? It's A plus B times 1 minus A. A times, no, A plus B times 1 minus A. That is correct as well. But the formula is not. And one thing that I'm not sure about is the 255 divisions. Let me not apply them until the end. Oh, also the alpha was not being included here, but that shouldn't really matter. Make here, make clean here. No, not even a little bit. You're compiling the latest version. All right, you can do that. Yeah, formula-wise, it's correct. Why am I dividing everything by 255? Can't say I fully grasp the logic of that one. That probably makes sense. Yeah, because it's normalizing all the values. Yeah. May not actually be the correct amount to do it by, though. The two use only the alpha channel of the second image and ignore the color components. It doesn't feel like they do. Oh, the in and out operators. They're different ones. May you explain who the fuck asked you, Google? Or why this is a thing? Give us the code. Give us the skip. Give us the code. My brother didn't give us the code. Yeah, I think my formula should be correct. What probably isn't correct is my 8-bit math. That's the part that may not be correct. Do I have anything to hold my hair back here? Yes, I do. This can produce a value over 8 bits. This can technically produce a maximum value of this. And so can this, and additionally somewhat this. Which means that at the end of the day, you do need to divide it by 255. That makes sense. But let me see some practical values. Oh my god. If I look at its dump, didn't get made, did it? No, it did get made. Dump, here it is. Pixel blend is at this address, so I can put a breakpoint here. Okay, put a, nope. Well, I can't really put a breakpoint if I don't attach GDB to it. Can put a breakpoint here. Okay. Kind of actually would have been better to have the breakpoint at the end of this function. Say here or here would be better. Delete. Put a new breakpoint at this address. Continue until the end of the address. And now print the or info register. X0 is 0. Shit. Breakpoint is not exactly the best idea here. Because it's gonna happen at every pixel, even the completely dark ones, which are gonna happen long before we get to any of the other ones, so... I hate GDB, how unuseful you are. Alright, let me try like this. Is it always all zeros or? No, sometimes it has values. God knows where. Alpha equal to 0 is bad? No, alpha to 0 is normal for a pixel that is completely dark. That's fine. Oh no, the alpha is not 0 actually. Yeah, what the fuck is it even printing there? This value of alpha is wrong. Yeah, alpha is never 0. Alpha is this crazy value here. Although... that's more than a byte. That's 2 bytes. Okay, so... are the colors okay and just the alpha is wrong? It looks that way. I didn't mean to run. Takes that long to compile? It's such a small program. Oh, then again, it's entirely wrong. I love how it turned the game into stop motion because of how ridiculous this is. The variables are uint16 now. Which is why we're able to see that alpha is this value. But when it's not 0, these look okay-ish. What doesn't look okay is this. But I'm completely ignoring the alpha now. I'm making the alpha 1 for all of them. But when you divide... no, because when you divide the value by... no, yeah, that's correct. Hold on. It's creating very small values, but it is creating values. Except it's all getting divided to 0. These are probably the transparent, semi-transparent pixels. It's a little hard to tell. Is this function implemented anywhere else that I can test? A1 is uint8. Oh, okay, there you mean, yes. Right now it's only implemented for the images. Alright, let me see if it is a conversion issue. I mean, the formula's there, so it's probably a conversion issue. I feel like testing this with this is just insane. Also, that didn't even test it technically. Doesn't change anything. Okay, let's move out of the game for now. And move into the process here. Where we're going to import int 16. It could be negative. That's worth checking. All right, let me do this first. Otherwise, it's just going to be too confusing to see anything. Actually, you know what? Real quick, just new picture. 64 by 64, and we're going to make it a paint bucket white with properties at 28%. That should create a semi-transparent image. I wonder if you feel like it. Test trans. Cannot save. Where the fuck was I trying to save that? Relative path to nowhere. What the hell is that? Just save it in the folder for the game. And I'll move it manually. Jester, are you good? If I remember where the game is, here it is. Resources and this one. Move over. Do believe it's transparent. Okay, so we're going to test with that one. Holy hell, it's been an hour. Alright, there's an ad coming up on Twitch soon. Couldn't open image. Did I get the name wrong? Yes, I did. Because it's not an underscore, it is a dash. Quite wrong. Quite wrong. Yeah. Alright, but now we can test it here, which is going to make it a lot easier. Just going to put on my headphones. Let's see here. Draw.c, here we are. Alright, we might want to check with int 16s for all of these. Shit. Nope. Yeah, negative is not quite right. Why did I just get an alert and I'm streaming at midnight? Shit, okay, I'm streaming. I'm streaming at midnight, everybody. Alright? Stream at in 30 minutes. So stay tuned. According to my calendar for whatever reason. Yeah, so the alpha is definitely wrong because this is the value for the alpha. Similar to this anyway, this is for Ghost Game, but yeah, so that's this B value is becoming negative, so that's why it's padding it with F's. Because now it's a uint. Sorry, it's an int, not a uint. Okay, so that's clearly wrong. First I want to get is the alpha for both of them. All right, what are you saying? Alpha 1 is 47 and alpha 2 is FF. So FF is the background color, whereas alpha 147 is the picture itself, which is semi-transparent. Okay. So those values we're reading correctly, and I can also assume like these themselves can be uints. So that's fine. But okay, the alpha calculation is can we please just get it in decimal? It's a lot easier to work with. All right, Twitch is back. Okay. 71 and 255. So that is 71 plus 255 minus 71. I do wish the calculator button worked right about now. Actually, what the fuck? Is there no calculator on Mac anymore? Or? Not if you spell it like that, that is, but apparently not anymore. Okay, what's the formula then? It's quite weird. Quite weird. It's what was the number of it? 71. It's I already forgot the formula. 71 plus, okay. 71 plus 255 minus 71 times 255 gives us quite a high number, 46,000, which ends up being negative. And if we take all that and we divide it by 255, we end up with 184, which is the correct alpha. Now that number is within int 16, so that's fine. And this is a blend between two alphas. So it should be fine within an int16, but but not within a uint16. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. This might actually need to be a 32-bit value then. Kind of weird. So I do believe that this 255 is needed here, otherwise the math for the alpha is never going to make any sense. RGBA all white. That's not right at all. Wait, that 255 is in the wrong place though. It needs to go here. No, the parentheses was not okay though. You need to put the parentheses at for the entire thing. Now the alpha is correct. That part is okay. And now the alpha, it is being normalized, but it's not being printed normalized. Oh, it's impossible to read like this. 111 is not right. R2A2 is so you're saying to not normalize the alpha until later? I'm not even using the alpha in the final image for now, so it's okay. But no, that gives us... So this was okay. But then the RGB lines, it's R2A... I just realized the alpha is... Again, should be dividing the entire thing, not just the last part. Same as it was for alpha. Otherwise, it's still going to result in a number too high. That's still wrong. All right. R1A1 You can't divide the alpha by just the last part of it, though. Because the formula, which I've lost by now, the alpha divides everything. The A equation is now wrong. The alpha equation, it's again the same thing. What about the wiki? COAO divided by AO is CO. AO is only used here. But the division by 255 should not be happening. If I'm working with non-normalized values, by all means, I shouldn't have to normalize the values until the end. No, because that gives the number too high. Hold on. What the hell am I doing here, by the way? That's another one that shouldn't have been happening. Division by 255 is needed at the end of that, yeah. Is that correct now? It's kind of hard to tell when everything is white. Okay. Value-wise, they're good. Shouldn't it darken the image a little bit, though? Well, besides the fact that I'm not actually using the alpha. But FF is not quite right. Okay. see here. CA alpha A, CB alpha B, 1 over alpha A. Everything divided by the alpha. 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. That is correct. And that should then be normalized before the alpha division then. So the division by 255 should happen before that point. Because alpha's already... alpha is being done at 255. Oh. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. The parentheses. Are they wrong though? Because we're doing it for the entire thing, not just for part of it. No, it gives the exact same result for that matter. That's still giving values too high. Oh. The parentheses are on this one only now. And the alpha is correct. But yeah, it just led to the exact same well, no, actually, this one's just plain wrong. Led to the exact same result before. Alpha isn't this image example. Okay, let me try your alpha calculation. Like that should be the parentheses. Oh, that was weird glitch, but alpha is now fully transparent. Everything is now fully transparent. Which I'm not... No, it shouldn't be. RG and B are not mixing the two colors correctly. Sorry, fully opaque, not fully transparent. That's what I meant. Fully white is what I meant, actually. Which is not right because I expect it to be a little bit dark. And there's also technically this part is not being normalized at any point, which it probably should be, because otherwise it's going to lead to too high a value. Not what I meant to do at all. I can't fucking type. They're not both white. One of them is gray-ish. Hold on, let me check on Sprite. Maybe I didn't choose the best color to test on because it makes it hard to tell. Hold on. Export as that. Should be a greenish now. It isn't. All right. Now it is. Which, in its current state, leads us to... But wasn't it full white until now? Those colors, those numbers that I'm seeing there would not lead to... Oh, well, it would look black if you don't remove this. But value-wise, it might be okay. Yeah. Now it's correct, okay. I think, anyway. Now it needs to be tested on the other thing. Yeah. Okay, this one is correct. What isn't correct is leaving the print in there. Or this print for that matter, which just makes everything slower. Now, the value of alpha, R, G, and B are guaranteed to be 8s and use okay. What this formula didn't consider, not fully anyway, is what happens when the alpha below it is 0. Well, it's not really that it's not considered, it's that it cannot really tell the difference. Because that's not black. That is alpha 0. Whereas if you put it against a black, well, nothing's gonna happen because it's the first object drawn. Although, that one's just on me. Because you should not be blending. It's easier if I just put it in here and hold on, down here. A2 is 0, then we return this. Well, we can actually just return P1. Yeah, the same thing happens because wait. Is it... Yeah, A1 is the top color, right? I just want to make sure about that. Yes, it is. Yeah. But just in case, yeah, we might as well do this. The problem isn't really that. The problem is that when alpha below it is 0, the system is seeing there's color here. So I draw fully. The GPU doesn't support transparency at the lowest level, essentially. Which, just to confirm, it is the RAM FB GPU, and just to confirm, it shouldn't be ignoring alpha, it should be using A. This is the wrong GPU. This isn't even the GPU, this is the mailbox for the GPU. Yeah. It should be explicitly using alpha, but I believe at the lowest level it just doesn't do that. So where I create those things, I'm not sure if I'm creating any objects there with a rendering solid color black. Hey Kai, how you doing? It's been a while. Yeah, okay, here it is. I can just give it an alpha with no color. But I think it's gonna be the same result. Oh no, it works. No, wait. It worked here. Why didn't it work here? Oh, wait, because it's different objects. Yeah, so when there isn't any alpha beneath it, the system's just like, yeah, there's no alpha here, bro. Although... No, this actually points to it not being the system. That's the problem. It's that there's blending happening, and when the blending happens, and the object beneath it is... All of that for this ugly-ass fucking sprite, by the way. But, when the system detects it as being 0, it just returns the alpha of the top object, and somehow it gets ignored, whereas here it doesn't. Not sure what's up with that. It blends with opaque black, but with 0 transparency. Alpha is non-zero for one of them, not for both. That's the weird part. When this was 0, its alpha was 0 of the second color, the one that was already there. And when the color was already there, that happens. It's not actually doing the blend like it should. Most likely, it might just not even have rebuilt the library. No, that's not it. That's not it either. Set that when it's... It is blending two colors. It is blending a 0 with alpha 0. or a by that logic, if I remove this, then it should work because I'm always blending by software. But it doesn't. Except, yeah, when one pixel has 0 alpha, well, this whole thing becomes 0, so it's just the alpha of this one. Which just returns the raw alpha. Yeah, okay. Same as returning this then. Okay, so to fix this, all we have to do is return a color and not just leave it transparent. It's black, but it's a significant black. All right. That's that. All of this was for sprite animation and compositing, which I didn't even end up doing, but I feel less of a need for it with this new character model, even though I don't love the new character model either. But having the sudden urge to speedrun layers, it really shouldn't take too long. You fucking lied. All right. Fuck it. I'm gonna commit what I have and then speedrun that part. Okay, so first is the search AI for the distance. And this is the only change I made. Right, it was called Toei because it was a towel initially. It looked like a towel initially. Alright, speedrun layers real fucking quick. Only for sprites, not for solids. Solids get rendered in the back always. Ghost should always be in front. That's the thing. So not concerned about that. Actually, fuck it. Layers for everyone. Layers for everyone. I don't care. Because I want the walls to be in front of everything else. So that it actually looks like people are going through rooms when you kind of like don't see them. If only I remember. Oh, I'm literally staring right at it. Right here. Right here. Right. Doors. Layers. That's what we're doing. All right. Like I said, speedrun. So. We're gonna go higher to lower. That way layer 0 is a background layer and everything that you put on top of it If you explicitly specify that something has a layer, then that thing is going to have its color. So it's going to be walls, objects, people, ghost, walls. So people go in 3. Well, 0, 1, 2. Should I put these in an enum? Layer player. Blocking. Should still be downcast to an int 8. All right. So an object is going to be put in the layer objs. A room is not going to be put into a specific layer, but we can put it in component layer background, which is explicitly or implicitly layer 0. The walls get put, and floors, component layer. Actually, the floors can be put in one and the walls can be put in another. But no, I want them both in the top level layer. Then the this is the player component, no, layer player. Okay, so for the player, the layer is the layer player. And then for the create, where is it? Where'd you go? You're ruining my speedrun, bro. Where'd the human go? Here it is. Your layer is going to be the layer NPCs. Okay. Now, it's kind of a pain in the ass. That, where is the rendering code? Render solid, render sprite. Where are these called from? Here, right? No. Here. There should be a single render system. No, that's not quite right. Fuck. Yeah, there should be only one render system. Without this. Render layers. Render layers. Render in the systems, solid render system just becomes render system. And then Oh, it's make. Oh, there's make render system, but not make logic system one. I mean the other way around. There's making a logic system for one dimension, but not a render system for one. One dimension doesn't make any sense, but whatever. One component. One single component. Which simply works like this. Okay, so now you can create a render system which just takes a transform. There is no renderable component, so that kind of sucks. I could have made one, I just couldn't be bothered. Yeah, I probably should have made one. Too late for that now. Did you solve the problem with RGB? The one from today? Yes, that's solved. Weird, fucking uint8 conversion things. Alright, we're actually gonna want to do it by layer. And we said higher to lower. Yeah, what I'm doing here makes no sense. Doing it like this makes no sense. No goddamn sense. This is C, not C++. It's just hacked together to look like C++, I guess. See, to iterate through all the layers, find all the components that have that layer and render them. It's a bit much. But write once, optimize later. Except this can be like a custom system in a way. So I want to copy this. This becomes the render system. Just like that, not static. Render system. Whoops. That. Get rid of all of these. Sorting is gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. But I do know the maximum layer, so at the very least I can simplify that part. I want to get the transform. What do you want? do you want? All right, had to take a little break. Yeah, maybe you know what about the renderable, the layer thing that I just did. Moving you to your own component. Fuck this. Okay. So we check if you have a transform. We check if you have a renderable. Then we want to do the rendering. If you have a sprite, then we want to do render sprite. This is the entity ID. This is the transform. This is the sprite. The context. And the delta time we pass in like this. I was considering, should I let it do both? Well, I technically have nothing against letting both happen. Not really worth it. It's gonna be on the exact same place, taking up the exact same amount of space. Although... technically, if you want, you can have both a solid and a sprite. And that way you can give your sprite a background color. For the transparent parts of it. Oh my god, what do you want, you needy ass dog? I was gonna get him up on my lap, but he left, so oh well. Okay. Now everywhere where I use the layer stuff here, it's gonna need to change it entirely. Yeah, right now I have a layer highest, which is just the maximum hard coded, which is for the walls. But yeah. Human EID. Next up. There's also collider layers. I gotta be careful not to override these. Also, I shouldn't have copied all that. I should have just copied this part. That's what I wanted to copy. This actually, whoop. Didn't realize that. This is poorly indented. And sprites for objects were not being assigned a layer. Interesting. But now they are, because it's being assigned by this. Okay, for the room, again, said doesn't really matter. But now what I would really like to know is why I kept these prefixes here. So now it's not just EID, but OBJ EID. No, wait. This and this. Not that. No, god damn it. Here and here. This is floor. This is walls. Player layer. Player EID. This and this should be the addresses. And layer blocking is... Oh, declared here. So... Undefined reference to renderable list. Oh, they're not being declared. Yeah. Sucks. There. That is it's technically working, just quite the opposite of how it's supposed to work. Wait, I'm actually, yeah. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was actually supposed to be properly like a normal loop, not a backwards loop. Now the ghost is always ahead, except for... Exactly. Yeah, you get it. You fucking get it now. Yes. Layers have officially been speedrun. Although the ghost should be on top of the... Yeah. The ghost should be on top of everything. See, because he goes through walls, whereas people go behind the walls. So we're gonna give that impression, which we can hopefully give by putting this layer ahead of this layer. Fuck you. Yeah. Yeah, so now they go through the walls. Well, they don't go through the walls, they go behind the walls, which we can assume there's like trapdoors and doors. Yeah, ladders is exactly what I was thinking I should add next. It's just a visual thing, really. Okay. Ladder speedrun. Okay, layer speedrun has been speedran. Bada bing, bada boom, bada blam, bam. Boom. I should have probably marked it in here. Boop. But I already pushed, so I can't amend. That's alright. Alright, a sprite. New. How big am I making the rooms? I can custom make them. Room size 16 by 9. You can stretch the ladders, that's fine. I just kind of want it to be there was no reason to make it's actually no reason to do that. 30 by 90 should be enough. Okay. Maybe not the green color. Maybe we want to add some symmetry to this. Bitch, what the fuck? Okay. Three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that too big, too small? I think it's fine. Too small, too small. No, it's hard to tell. I'm gonna keep it like this. 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably should have made it vertical too. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 3 like that. How has it been an hour already? 4, 5. That's one too many, isn't it? Three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That just leaves a fucking gap in the middle. God damn it. Maybe I should have made it a number that was divisible by 90. Fuck's sake, I didn't consider that. Alright, let me just see how this looks and then adapt it later on, because this is kind of ridiculous. I don't want to waste any more time doing this if it doesn't make sense. Ladder bump. Export. Ah, shit. Location is wrong. Okay. Here's good. There's good. Okay. Now, when we create the rooms, where is that function? Here. No, I did say you can have a solid and another thing in the same entity, but they have to be the same size, so that's not quite right. Although if I had made the sprite 160 by 90, that would have been pretty fucking clever. Can I resize the sprite without needing to redo canvas size? Amazing. Bam. Hold on. We're back on. Letter bump, export, export. Get rid of that. Should be possible then to create a component for the room EID sprite type, which, what does a sprite type even take? Just the name and visible. That's all it takes. And the name is now ladder.bmp, which is not quite right. It should be should be room background.bmp or something. Hey. Yeah, it's too big. Although the rungs of the ladder are surprisingly well spaced. But too thick. Yeah, I don't like the way this looks at all. Definitely no longer following any kind of symmetry rules here. But it's the cool thing about not caring, I guess. All right. Welcome back to Twitch. I completely forgot to mention there is an ad. There was an ad. I'm pretty sure you figured that one out on your own. Unless you are a subscriber, in which case thank you, or a turbo member. Wait, turbo. Turbo member sounds weird. A turbo person. Turbo subscriber, I don't know what that's called. A turbo twitcher. Alright, now those rungs are gonna bother me. I gotta do it right. Hey, the good thing is the ladder works. What is your damn problem? What is this? Bro, I'm trying to select. I'm trying to select. Thank you. Get rid of that. We're starting over. Let me see if that is good enough. No, wait, well, why 3? 2 is fine. 3 is here and here. Here and here. Two, 3. Here and here, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh well. We left a little gap there. I guess that works. We should now be able to export it with a new name, but as a bump, please. and replace it with background. The bump. We're now rid of the old one. And still too wide. I need to make them thinner, but at least, you know, kind of makes sense. Also, they should only be in the middle room. But okay, one thing at a time. Let's begin by selecting, hold on. Can I select like this? No, that was not what I was trying to select. Like this. And, bro, seriously. Kind of like that. That sounds good. And then export it. And then we only want to have this component if the room location. Does alt work? Alt for what? But to resize the ladder. Nope. Oh yeah. I guess it did. Too late, but I guess it did. You know what the easiest thing I can do is to pass in the room index. When I create the room. And then if it's this room, then we create the sprite. And again, since we allow double rendering, this room doesn't have it. This room does. Although the top room shouldn't have it. All right. Not the most elegant solution. Better stairs would have been... real stairs would have been better, but hey. I did this all the time in The Sims when I didn't leave enough room for stairs, or I was making a dungeon prison type thing. Which is like every other day in The Sims, because it's the fucking Sims. You're supposed to commit a few war crimes here and there. Alright, and just to be clear, the stairs are not possessible. Okay, good. Wasn't gonna be super sure on that one, so good to know. They're not possessible. Whoop, put that back. Alright. Chase you guys a little bit. Shoop. Yeah, fucking terrified boys. And yeah, the ladder's right on the nightstand, but oh well. I am singling you out, buddy. Another thing I might want to work on tomorrow is seeing if I can add a tint to certain colors. So that, you know, their green becomes some other color. Can Redacted OS run Crysis? No, I highly doubt it, considering it's never been ported. I would be surprised if it did. Oh, also, when they get scared, they just run away wherever they are. So that guy technically just ran off. Is it me or they got frozen again? I'm not seeing them walking around, which is kind of scary. Now you stay there. Yeah, they froze. Okay, so I feel like it's still... They freeze when they're scared. Which again just makes the game incredibly easy at the end there. But that's their problem, not mine. That's my problem for tomorrow. I guess tomorrow I'll keep debugging that. Alright, reaching the end of the stream there because it's 1 a.m. and I want to sleep. I'm just gonna quickly get rid of these dudes. Get the fuck out of my house and don't come back. Get off my lawn. Damn kids. Alright, so they've all been kicked out. Possibly eliminating them from the game would be nice, because... Although, yeah, you're not really supposed to see their, like, fear bars in the final game. These are just for debugging. So... yeah, you should still not be able to see them. But... okay. The game's getting pretty close to being done. It's just a few finishing touches here and there. Like animations and compositing and whatnot. This is what I want to kind of want to focus on a little bit tomorrow. Maybe look into this bug a little bit. This might be worth looking into. Okay. See, I'm not sure if I want to implement an entire like sprite sheet type of thing. So what the kind of thing that I was considering doing, which I'm not sure if I'm even going to implement this, but he's fucking terrifying. I'm not going to lie to you, especially with the blue eyes. Terrifying. But no, quite the opposite of what I just did. Something like this would be an interesting type of thing to do. Very simple animation. Not like this. This is not supposed to happen. So these eyes could, if you keep them in a different layer, they could shift, you know, up, down, or sideways. Especially for the people when they move. That could be an interesting thing to do. Also, for the people, changing their color. Right now, they're all green. And the green isn't even from the sprite itself. I added it through GIMP. So, would it be possible to, I don't know, do a color replacement perhaps? Even something simple as that. Find this color, replace it with this other color. And then using a random color so that they all have different colors from each other. That would be an interesting thing to do. As well as, yeah, compositing in different layers. So for example, the TV, which is currently always black, could have the black part be one layer, the little glare be another layer, and then the rest of the TV be another layer, and the black gets replaced with whatever I want. Thus giving us a functional TV, if you will. And if I implement the TV through some very basic sprite sheets, you could also technically, theoretically, have some very basic animations playing on the TV. But all that's for tomorrow. Gonna look at what I can do for sprite compositing tomorrow then, and see how I can use that compositing for animations. So maybe not sprite sheets, maybe layered sprites that allow me to do this type of thing. But we'll see. That's it for today. That's the end of the stream. I feel like I haven't done this in a while, so I'm just gonna drop a link to Discord in case anyone's interested in joining. Tomorrow's stream is at 3 p.m. CEST. Also, pretty sure daylight savings ends in like 2 days. And that will change the time of my streams for people that aren't on European daylight savings. Not gonna lie to you, I wouldn't know how to calculate it, so I'll update my stream times and I'll ping 30 minutes before on Sunday. But genuinely couldn't tell you. Anyway, it's next stream tomorrow, so this whole time zone thing doesn't matter today, is 3 p.m. CEST. That's 2 p.m. UK time. You can translate to your own time zone from that. Daylight savings is incredibly confusing. So I believe all of Europe, the European Union and the UK use the same daylight savings dates, whereas in the US and Canada, I believe they end earlier or later. That's why it's confusing. And then a lot of countries in the world, I have like a hair that keeps getting in my mouth. A lot of countries in the world don't actually use daylight savings. So it gets particularly confusing for stuff like this. But like I said, for Sunday's stream, stay tuned for when I say that I'm gonna go live, because it might change. I might even do some of my streams earlier, like especially my weekday streams, my Monday and Friday streams, because I'll be able to do them a little earlier and I'll be less tired, ideally, and also it gets dark earlier, so who cares? Or maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't decided any of that. We're gonna do sprite compositing tomorrow. That's what I have decided. I want to check one thing real quick before we finish. Before we're fully done. No, we're done. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I will see you tomorrow's stream, and we're gonna be doing some sprite stuff, and also possibly looking into PNGs, because yeah, we did get a solution to the issue that I'm having, which is that this thing that I'm applying per byte needs to be applied per, not per byte, per color needs to be applied per byte. So maybe we'll get a proper picture of Jester instead of the weird Picasso art that I was showing before. Yeah, that's it. Okay, enough. Thank you so much, everybody. Also applies to all other filters. Yeah, other filters kind of by definition work that way, but yeah. All right, thank you, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.